I do like the concept that Phoenix Wright is a basketball game because it's playing ball with my emotions, that's for sure. How's everyone doing? How are you guys doing today? It's finally back. Feeny Weeny. And as quickly as it returns, it will sadly disappear because I'm pretty sure we'll finish it up today. Which is a shame, but, you know, all good things must come to an end at some point. Your Honor, I'm fucking balling. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I've got everything ready. Ooh, who keeps reloading the stream? Because it keeps jumping from one viewer to two viewers. Who's doing that? Who's being a bitch? I'm kidding. Please, it was a joke. Not you. Maybe it's also just Mixer fucking up. Not that that ever happens, obviously. Mixer is the perfect site. Just vibing with Animal Crossing? Hell yeah. Well, anyway, did I remove the... I did. Okay, let's jump right back in. So we left off right here. Day 3, Trial Former, I think. Yeah, this is episode 4. Alright. Yeah. The timestamp was also much later. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in two different... Oh. The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. A new fossil? What do you mean a new fossil? There's no new fossils. I completed my museum a while ago, and now I just keep like saving up the fossils so I can sell them for a lot of money. It's pretty crazy. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. More like I would like to dispose your clothes. That was horrible. I hope that didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. Found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. It belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. Oh, hell yeah, cowboy guy. The best guy. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? You have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? All you need is the torso of the Triceratops? Hell yeah. Your fossil exhibits full too? Nice, nice. Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. God, it's been so long. It feels much longer than it's actually been, I think. But it's been a while. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. I feel like the mic is weird today. I don't know why. It's so strange. That's better. Audio-wise, it's the same as always, right? Yeah? Alright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait? Smack. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Isn't that the boy? Oh yeah, it's him, the guy, Meekins. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. God damn it, you fucking idiot. Oh my god. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is... Sir, I'm what you would call the part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose action adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I am part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for lack of enthusiasm. You can fault him for lack of brain cells, though. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out. Until another officer smacked me awake. Can't wait to see more of the Blue Badger today. Oh no. Occupation murderer. I don't know if that's an occupation. I think you can get paid for that. I mean, unless you're a hitman, yeah. But even then, it's hitman, and well, I guess you could say it's murder. I don't fucking know. Listen. That guy's nuts anyway. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others as they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. Defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. I'll just press everything, as I usually do. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. Lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. Oh, no, no, no. There he is. Oh, it's so horrible. He's back. Him. The guy. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. The true killer? Yeah. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. Get ready to see him several times today? You sure about that? Because I wish to see him never again in my entire life. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. and then I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Spotted a suspicious man on the security screen. Right. Unfortunately, in order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's that. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh? The number is shown being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. See. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That's when I spotted the man on the security screen. Bing, bing, bing. Yes, that, my favorite number. I'm not gonna read the entire fucking number every time, Zach. Jesus. What do you think I am? Some kind of big brain? Yeah, I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. That's your job to be big-brained? Could it be that the stream is delayed a bit? No? Alright. You're just fucking slow. That's what it is. You bastards. You aren't exactly the kind of person who... You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life. Then I did it. At least you were not fooled by Hey Fab, there's a corpse. What? There's a corpse. Oh yeah, right. Oh fuck, that was fantastic. Also, welcome Tigor to the stream. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. Must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I turned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe you now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was this man, this officer murdered, really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir. Take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning. Chief? Delivered it? What is that? Videotape. Blue videotapes, man. Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. Objection! Did I like seeing the badger? No. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Shows the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word, murder, sir. It scares me. Blue badger, blue tape, everything needs to be blue. You guys remember, like... colored tapes, like VHS tapes. Like, I think a lot of Nickelodeon movies did that. Shit like that. That was always pretty sweet. Yeah, Nick had a lot of orange ones, exactly. Jesus. God, VHS tapes were such a long time ago. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Oh, no. No, please. No. Ah! That is the worst. Wait a minute. This isn't a murder video. This is a homebrew horror movie. Oh, flip. I like that this is in 3D. That's kind of cool. There he is. Oh, schmack. Oh, God. I don't like it staring into my soul. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Fucking Edgewood. I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings started with? Therapy, as a matter of fact. What the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? No. Yes, well anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone. The evidence room. And some sort of, activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Mystery Man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker opened and is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead. But everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. I think probably the last thing is bullshit, right? Let's maybe the videotape itself would be. Oh shit! Nice. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction. Objection! Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You want me to point it out? Very well. The proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. We need to look at the locker? I guess. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. The fuck is a VHS? Yeah, considering this is 2016, right? Isn't this playing in 2016 or something like that? Like the early, maybe the early 2010s, I believe. Now then, mister, please enlighten us. Where's the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Wait, this one is on. Does that mean that the thing is already open?
Take that!
The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir! Do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. Why is the music again? You grab a handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. The DLC is 2017. Oh, Jesus. It's weird that they would be using VHS then. Because isn't VHS, like, a lot easier to erase than DVDs? I mean, I don't know. It depends, I guess. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. I don't like that, man. Wait, are we watching this, like, again? The whole thing? No. Alright. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Get used to this? Jesus Christ. He's moonwalking. The perpetrator is Michael Jackson. Or the victim, rather, sorry. Here, notice the light. What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
Objection!
But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. It's not likely. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, just goes to show novices should keep their mouth shut. So then, mister, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something. Jam the sensor. Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. Alright. As I did earlier see something fall out. I'll stop it there. Can I fast forward a bit? Oh, you have to hold it. Oh, fuck. Wait. Rewind a bit. No.
Take that!
Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh God, why? What's this? I don't know why that looked so funny when it fell down. Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been in my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my car door, sir. This fucking... Wait, this dickhead has a driver's license? You can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? God. This is so spooky. It's not even October yet and we're playing horror games. Flop. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Should have saved the DLC for October, yeah. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Well, yeah, it would be the... Didn't we pick up a glove or something? I don't know if it was rubber, though. I wonder what could have been at the fucking crime scene, man. The police do a great job here. I know, right? It was glove? Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, rubber glove. That's an insulator. No, wait. I want to present this.
Take that!
I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. We can't be sure that was with the victim. That was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. That isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Judge, you're dumb, but goddammit, use that brain of yours for 1 second. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, the 2 smart people that exist are, like, Feeney and Edgeworth, and even they're, like, very much on the edge of being big brain. Or small brain, sorry. So are we to believe, then, that the victim whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility, and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. There's one other thing that that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card. An ID record card, I see. Card record, sorry. I gave the ID card record right... I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. Did Goodman have his card on him when he perished? That's how we found out the victim's name. Well, we found his card at the prosecution place. Because he dropped his wallet or something like that. Or the wallet was there. Just before the crime. Hmm? Yes, this is without a doubt the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due to transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. That's true. His hair is getting even more spiky. He's going Super Phoenix. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, then there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card. Yeah, wasn't he there because he... Hold on. Huh? Name and ID number written here. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID... Oh, the description? Yabdab. Yeah, sure, Yabdab. Got it. Investigator's ID card found in the prosecutor's office, crime scene. Yeah, prosecutor's office, crime scene.
Objection!
Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not gonna wait, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. It worked there. What do you think, Zach? I figured that one made the most sense since he was talking about ID cards. Well, anyway. I found it at the crime scene. You thought it was the next one? Oh, fair enough. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding this victim's ID card. Lost item report. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. Fucking Phoenix just called the judge a dumbass. Low-key. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Someone was impersonating him? I bet it was Cowboy. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime. The Yeehaw man is too cool to steal? Fair enough. Man in the evidence room, Officer Meekins' encounter was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? He's gonna turn this around to say that Lana actually did kill Goodman. I think, anyway. That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explanation for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime can only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. You're a fake, Edgeworth. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment of the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all trapped from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... What do? Am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Just fucking object? As we always do. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Edgeworth activated his trap card. The man fucking vibed out of there. Just speed ran. Speed walked right out of there. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Wright had a counter trap card in place, so chain was activated. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. Truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. Prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name? It's fucking Jake Cowboy Man. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. As he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. Shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Subpoena? How do you pronounce that? Did I say it right? You know, thank you. I pretty much had it correct? Alright. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Oops, sorry. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you've figured out everything. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma. Did no one question the large amount of blood traces in the room? Nobody fucking cared. It's just like, it could be strawberry jam, you don't know. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? They just knew the Blue Badger did it. Plot twist, when Meekins went in, he slipped on a ketchup bottle. Ketchup. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? He phased back into existence. You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. When is Fab gonna down that mustard? Oh, I fucking forgot about that. That's a good question. When am I gonna down that mustard? To top it off, you called me here. I've seen happy people at funerals. Sorry, detective. Better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay, so if you brought what I asked. You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. In my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. Oh, whoops. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. Can't believe you. Chief Prosecutor, we're a witness in that case. Sky was a witness? Phosphorus Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Joe Dark? What about Joe Bright? Or Joe Light? Or Joe Mama? Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago. The rest of the world knew it as... Joe Dark killings. The... Joe Dark... No, Lana. It's over with, no! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Better take a good look at this file. Oh, hell yeah. I think, from what I saw last time, there's 4 days in total with this one. I don't know how long this is exactly going to take, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna be able to beat this. Oh, whoops. Not too early, though, I hope. Otherwise, I'll have to look for something to play. 5 days in total, you think? Maybe. This court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. There he is, boys. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Hey, partner. Well, I'm just a man, same as you. Wandering the trails of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out.
Be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? Never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You're in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct?
According to the papers, partner.
What do you mean?
Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. It's fuck. I love this guy. I love doing his voice too. Yeah, I think my favorite voice so far was Von Karma. But this guy's a close second. Good old Manfred. Yeah, rest in pieces.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that born orchard. They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day. But that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
His blood pressure rose too high. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
My job was to keep a wary eye.
Okay, so hold on. So, yeah, alright. So that's bullshit. He was there, right? Hold on. Because we found his fingerprints on one of the lockers. Yeah, there, Marshall's fingerprints.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that it is you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime.
And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
Listen, real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, I make my round about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there.
Objection!
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene.
The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall?
Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall?
About the bloodstained fingerprints.
Oh, whoops, that was Edgeworth. Edgeworth turned into a cowboy for a second. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. Murderer touched the locker when my fingerprint was by chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it.
Wait, it was his locker.
Life would be fun without any doubt, partner.
Defense may now cross-examine the witness. Yeah, earlier he said it was his locker, right? Like, that's bullshit. Because if it was his locker, wouldn't he know that it's fingerprint, like, locked? Am I right about that? I don't know. I feel like I remember him. Yeah, whatever.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room.
Hold it!
That's because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month.
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
Yeah, see there. Didn't we hear that earlier? No, that was Gumshoes. No, that was Gumshoe, right. We didn't meet. I thought we met him in the... But that was Gumshoe, right. What? What do you mean?
I meant what I said.
Yeah, but that would mean he would know that it's finger activated, right?
That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's inside there now is a heap of broken dreams. See, it'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. Must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Fair enough.
Now, one of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained fingerprint. Murder touched the locker, where my fingerprint was by chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves?
Wait. You know the murderer... How would he know that?
Hold it!
How do you know that? There we go. That's my question.
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports.
There's a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It's found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
Picture.
A seal of blood. The desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality. That's this.
Security tape.
So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Too bad it wouldn't mean that video, right, partner?
Hold it!
What do you mean by that?
You want to tie me into this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
Objection!
That video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
Objection!
You don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us the evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Show the evidence. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. You might wind up being the one making the mistake. You know what to do now? What's that? Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. locker there will be different when the guy disappears. Fair enough. I can fast forward a bit. Yeah, there it is. That's his locker with a fucking thing in there.
Take that!
Bringing our attention back to the security camera. It's a mistake. I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. You sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. Oh, the locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Beep boop beep boop boop beep boop boop beep. Beep boop beep boop boop beep boop boop beep. A while ago, I listened to a orchestral version of the entire soundtrack of Phoenix Wright, and it's fucking crazy. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? The crime took place. The white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you're in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Right, and we can prove that because the lockers are fingerprint scans, guys, boys.
Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
This guy isn't just playing dumb. Really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it.
Yeah, there it is.
Take that!
A fingerprint sensor.
We talked about this earlier today. Lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
I only got one word for you, partner.
What the fuck?
Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please, tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Ole, please answer the question.
What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. Can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. There, that's him.
Take that!
Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he knew for sure. Yeah, he didn't see his face, though. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know... Oh, okay, he didn't know Detective Goodman. He also testified about when the man's reaction when... He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. You got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. Gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Is Edgy Boy gonna save my ass again? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. Basics? That would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. Shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. Rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the scene of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well, let's take yet another look at the tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Is that the coat? Because he got blood all over him, right? So he must have put that into his locker so that nobody would figure out that, yeah, because the coat is white. Right, that's nothing. Wait.
Take that!
For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end. Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner.
I like that he put partner in quotation marks.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, you're only half as persistent then as you are today. We all wouldn't have to be here now would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
Alright. Seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I just couldn't stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. Planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So the supposed victim was really you. There's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. I guess he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Alright. Let's see, I'm not really seeing anything like I can present in that testimony, but I'll just press everything. When you say it, you mean...
You even have to ask, partner?
SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with a transferal that day.
Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over.
What do you do? What do you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When the case is closed, only that case lead's detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence.
Hold it!
Sorry. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal. I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card.
I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filing out that lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor of the prosecutor's office parking lot.
ID card was found... The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall.
I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out.
Hold it!
He pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off?
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? I know, right?
Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry you had to turn out that way. Me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say. She knocked Officer Meekins out and...
I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught by the camera.
Hold it!
So you did your research beforehand?
Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I don't think it would make a difference, though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins.
Someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing during that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
What you're saying is on that day...
There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
69? What? 69? But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place.
What, are you blind?
Fun in... yeah, it's a sex number. I prefer 420, seeing as that is the weed number.
The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence? Still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
Why do you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. Can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Zeal? Let's hear more.
I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why?
Yeah, I know why. Because you were involved. Perpetrator Joe Dark, crime serial murder sentenced to death. Victims Edward Jones, Edith Kirby. This motherfucker killed Kirby. Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. Wait, Neil Marshall? Oh shit, that's probably his brother, right? Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witnesses Lana Sky, Emma Sky. There's another cowboy in the West. Not anymore. Not anymore. Executive investigators Damon Gant, Lana Sky, head investigator Bruce Goodman, investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Star.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall mentioned in here. In the list of murder victims, Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard that name. 2 years ago.
He was a cowboy.
He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did.
That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother.
Oh god, he took his hat off. When you grow up, you're gonna dress as a cowboy and stick to it. You're gonna be the gayest Bastino in the West. Except that you're not in the West, but whatever.
He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He's arraigned and incarcerated. Case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. My brother was too epic to die. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
Objection!
But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Objection!
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. And it seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. I rest my case. Seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt about what I proved today is true. Apparent murder on the security cameras tape really was fake. I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Oh, shit. Hey, Emma. Your Honor, wait! Emma, the defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Aw, Edgeworth is so nice. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, names of both Sky Sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. I mean, the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured it out. I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If I've ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? The one thing that plagued us this entire time? Right! The blue badger was in front of that locker.
Objection!
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. All this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing on the floor plans? The tape. Right? Probably isn't that.
As they say back west, even a blind man can hit with a buckshot. That is, as long as he's facing the general direction.
Seems Mr. Wright's not sure which direction to face.
It's no use. The more evidence there is, the greater the chance of me being wrong.
Just calm down, Mr. Wright. Try and remember what the evidence room was like on the day of the crime. What is it that bothers me about this blood mark? Please allow me another chance, Your Honor. I'll prove it this time. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. All this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is... Okay, so it has to be the badger then, right?
Take that!
No? Oh yeah, it is.
What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans on. Look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well. Oh, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot on the locker. What? The Antichrist. Accurate. So that means, just what exactly does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After you put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. This motherfucker. I hate him. slime boys hate him. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
Objection!
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
Objection!
Just fucking yelling objection at each other. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. And tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? There it is.
Take that!
If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. In order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. 4:20 p.m. Hell yeah, smoking time. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you... Oh, fuck. I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murder. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and then clean up this blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, 77777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number 777777 is. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. You don't have the authority to inquire such a person's identity.
Objection!
But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. In an official charge filed against an executive... If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. But imagine being murdered at 4:20. This post was made by the Not Goodman Camp. Wait, what? This post was made by the Not Goodman post. You know what I mean? The gang? Jesus, Zach. Get it together. An official charge. You're all lack, aren't you? With all your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Office? I'm not smart, okay? I thought you were a big brain. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you kept your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes.
No, not you. Her, the defendant's sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Lana,
Objection!
don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7777.
Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident.
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. That trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for the trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
No. No! What's she holding in her hand? Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Fucking crazy. Nice. Save our progress? Yes. Let's see. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. Man, this has just happened like 2 seconds ago. Your sister a hoe. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. Oh, let me... So by the way, I haven't really had the chance to talk freely a whole lot. I'm thinking about playing Sea of Thieves again on Sunday because on Wednesday they released a new content update and there's a lot of new there's a bunch of new shit. Would you guys like to see that? Yeah? Alright. So then, tomorrow will be Metal Gear Solid 2. Whoops. And, fall off the ship. I might. And Sunday will be Sea of Thieves. There we go. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What do you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? Tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. Didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. New Smash character showcases on the 22nd. That's Monday, though, right? I won't be here. I'll be at work. Yeah, sadly. Which reminds me, I might not even be here on Tuesday. Although I don't know that yet.
The Law and Order game, but you point at people and you scream at them. Objection! What? I've never played one of them. Law, Destiny's Law. Destiny's Child. Dear. Oh my god, it's a guy's first and last name. It's called like Professor Layton. What is his name? It's the character's name. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The Cat in the Hat. What is this?
It's a guy's name, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Andrew Lupus. What's his fucking name?
That's his full
What is the guy's fucking name?
Oh, Jerma. Oh, whoops. Oh, hell yeah. Green and black guy. The 2-in-1 detective. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone, pulled out a knife and screamed at me. Just yell at people you don't even know. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? I mean, provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. Rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. It's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up what she did. Especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of his poor girl. Oh, that was Phoenix. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. Been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just couldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. See, I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. I almost said thick, but Emma is not thick. She is a baby. There's still something that bothers me about this crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there is no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's office and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? Better have another talk with her. Yeah, let's go talk to her. Beep 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 boop bop. Yeah, I wonder how much is left here. This is a very, very long DLC. I like that. I like that. I guess it makes sense that they would like put in more for the DLC case. Like there'd be more story to it. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. Now the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. You fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A right to know? A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one, 2 years ago. That was an awful joke, I know. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. The trial really wasn't fair, was it? Feel bad? I do. I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. That trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is that at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing! They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police, and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and same investigations. Even had the same office. They were fucking hardcore pound. Fuck! We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. He tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. See, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. Investigation was on its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Well, that's a position. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. Dude just fucking punched the sense out of him. Jesus. What do you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, inside of the final SL9 murder. Right now, this is a bit more fast forward, I feel, with, Oh, whoops, I think that was the wrong place, wasn't it? Yeah, that was wrong. There it is. This feels a bit more straightforward now, which is good. Because last time and the time before, I felt it was very, I don't know, like, convoluted what you were supposed to do. It was pretty stupid in my opinion, but right now it's not bad. Yeah, it was very all over the place. Like, I remember I had no fucking clue what to do the entire time, and it was really annoying. And then once I figured it out, it was also annoying because it was stupid. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina?
Should have known my luck would run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little oh, other way around.
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there is a case I needed to know the truth about it, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean, fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
Murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's, alright. But the initial autopsy report, the question was raised.
Question?
Later, the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
But the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars in all of us.
Scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains.
You look exactly the fucking same, except you have a beard, you lazy fuck.
He was one of the best prosecutors around.
I just made detective when it went down.
That was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded with the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the
King of Prosecutors?
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Sir Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It's the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. Tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. The star was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
They did something to him, too. The commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough to not be too obvious.
They? What are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant, Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended,
Damon panned.
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. He's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knows her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, I must have said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina. Her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
On a secret? All started 2 years ago.
There you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
One thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. Someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I will never be a patrolman after today.
I won't even be a patrolman after today.
Too bad I won't be around to work with you. when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. There he goes, riding off into the sunset. Let's see. There's someone at the because we can't go into the place, right? Maybe, but can't like swimming. How could he be bad? True. Off into the sunset. Yeah. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. Yeah, the Badger is here too. He's the murderer. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use a connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. What the fuck? Yeah, just a whole ass organ. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Yeah, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Never could remember where C was. Oh, there he is! Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, how have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I'm kind of busy lately. You never should have played the organ. He's a demon! Demon Gant! I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? You mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. They call her Bach because she was loud? Yeah. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. This is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. What about Golden Knight? Oh, yeah, he is doing that to do it to him pose. What about the Golden Knight? What was his work? Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. I had to do it to him, righto. They weren't swimming enough. Oh shit. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's get out together. Oh, but this office... It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Fuck. The big orange fuck man sent us away. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That didn't seem suspicious at all. Righto, the golden statue over there shall claim another soul if you don't get out. Listen, I'll put on that power armor and fuck you up with it. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be some way we gotta get inside the chief's office.
Maybe we can go back to the criminal affairs department? You're doing the curry dex? Why aren't you doing the curry strength? Dex is for gay people. That was a horrible joke, I'm sorry. Isn't there like 150 different types of curry? Or something like that? Why would you do that? Hey pal. 151. Just like just like Kanto. Leon Ball. Small price to pay for Leon Ball. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. Well, you want to say Sack doing Dex runs in Dark Souls? I think Sack would be more Pyromancer, really. Man, I need to play Dark Souls on stream. It's been so long since I played any of those games. Well, anyway. From sitting so long... Actually... In TF2 you remain as Pyro? Hell yeah. I'm serving everyone coffee. It's like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. There he is, Leon Ball. Zack is an easy Pyromancer build. It's all about fire. Yeah, pretty much. You think you can get that ball? Nice. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you court and two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Well, why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Honest Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again, sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Everyone loves Gummy. Well, I mean, why wouldn't they? Actually, I took a look at the file earlier, while the coffee was brewing. Seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, what did you find out? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. Final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. His car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed that accident, and he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by their stand, so he killed him too. That Sunday, a jogger came up on the scene as well and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall.
That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. Last witness, aka Emma. Alright, let's show him the... no. The switchblade. About this. Hey, is that... There's a tag attached to it with the label S Online incident. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in the locker. While the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
Got me. I brought the knife here. We're gonna rob some people, and we're gonna get you a feast. Me and the boys getting ready to complete the Pokédex and Pokemon Smile.
This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. Traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Or was it?
Victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body.
Just like Von Karma. You kind of want to download that? What? It's Pokemon Smile? I mean, I feel overall it's not a horrible idea. I mean, it's not the first toothbrushing game that... or like the first toothbrushing app that exists. And I mean, you know, it's free, so who gives a shit? Honestly, like, as long as they don't ask money for it, ever, I don't see a problem with it. And, I mean, they did kind of announce fucking Pokemon Snap, so I think it balances out. I just thought it was really funny because they started it off with Pokemon Smile. Like, it was so surreal. I wouldn't have started with that. Maybe with that Pokemon Cafe game. Like, that would have been a better intro. For $100, you can get this 200 Pokeballs to use while brushing your teeth. I think it actually said that there is no in-game purchases in the direct. Which is another thing that I really like. Besides, I don't think it took that much money to make that app. It's a very simple app in my opinion, but hey, it exists and I don't mind it. It was just, like I said, it was just ridiculous that they started it off with that. It was fucking hilarious. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Out on the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Punctured heart and lung. Knife tip was in the wound. Right. Well, there you have it. Nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? It's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where the prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. Chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? If I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How's this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. Data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. I think we could show him. I don't really think we have anything yet, so, Let's move on to, over here. No one's here today, not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that, on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. And instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hey, get there, Lana. Oh, by the way, because I saw this thing on the side here, I remembered, today I bought the, another arcade machine in Animal Crossing, and now I have 3. I think I have the fighting game, the shoot 'em up, and what was the other one? Forget what fighting game. I think puzzle game or something like that. 2 fighting. Yeah, exactly. I have fighting, mahjong, and the shoot 'em up. The fighting games are different colors too. Minecraft. I don't think you can get Minecraft in Animal Crossing, Zach. Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. Speaking of Minecraft, that reminds me. I'll show this real quick. This is a really funny video. There it is.
I have something to ask of you. Claude invited Flame to the
Wait.
Academy's Minecraft server, but Edelgard keeps putting TNT inside her house and blowing it up. It's been half an hour since, and Flame hasn't stopped screaming. Please find Edelgard for me and talk her out of doing this.
God fucking damn it. Ah, nice. It's a dirt house? Yeah, of course. No, I broke my nail. Kill this for me, Claude. Dude, Hilda was fucking great in my playthrough. Oh, I can't wait, boys. I can't wait. Soon Fire Emblem's coming back. Your pink-haired, big-titty GF. I'm thinking I'm probably going to, bring in, like, most of the characters from Crimson, not Crimson, Jesus, from the Black Eagles. Like, a lot of them at the very least. Gonna bring in a lot of them at the very least. What the fuck does that mean? I'm definitely bringing in, Bernie. Probably, Dorothea too. But I'll because you can't just do that with all the thing points you get. Anyway, February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. Looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? Sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. The big whipped cream curry was just a curry cake. Alright. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. What a gay boy. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. You like how we can commit war crimes in Sword and Shield? What? Since when? We can feed Pokemon the flesh of their fallen brethren. I think that's just a regular crime and not a war crime. There's no excuse for what I've done. Like Slowpoke Tails. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. You didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Why has it all come to this? Even when Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. It's odd. And Neil Marshall was murdered. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. May not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded with this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip on this ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. Finished up at the office? Yes. Just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Kane asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes. It was a piece of evidence in the case that was closed half a year ago. That's the screwdriver. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. You know, the screwdriver that was stuck in the, thing probably, right? In the... Could the picture be used to change Gumshoe's mind? I don't know. Maybe. We'll try that out as soon as we get there. I think we might actually have to show it to Edgeworth, because they talked about it. She came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. So much evidence. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. Oh yeah, that has a sword on it. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. Story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple. Contradiction. That is what the award's based on. The fuck happened to the sword? Did the power armor take it? Yeah. It became Requiem. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Fucking Phoenix. Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Shu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. Then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, you mentioned the very descriptions of these items and discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. The chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. That's so, then why were you only given a shield? We'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Alright. What was that thing he dropped there? I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window? There? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First let me see what this guard's doing crawling around my feet. Didn't even look. What? Letter of... You're having trouble reading. I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Jesus Christ. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. No one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. It's a letter of resignation. Wonder if I can use it for anything. Yeah, we can show that to Gummy. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Miss Starr. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. That is a very weird analogy, but I would like to suck on your nipples if that's possible. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Star's hatred toward Lana. All dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. You want roast beef right now? Me too, TBH. I had KFC today. It was fucking delicious again. I'm still, like, after eating so much KFC, I'm still baffled at the fact that their garlic sauce pairs so fucking well with the fried chicken strips. It's insane. Like the spiciness of the chicken goes so well with the garlic sauce. It's I don't know what it is, but it's amazing. I love KFC food. It's not good for you, but I love it. Yeah, garlic is fucking fantastic. I love garlic on pizza as well, too. Anyway, I trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Does Fab equal Wario? I don't know. I don't have that much money. No, but like, garlic is fucking great. Not on its own. I mean, not that I've tried eating it on its own, but it pairs super well. Like, fucking, you know, garlic bread is great. The other day I went to eat barbecue ribs at a place, and they brought out like a massive fucking slice of garlic bread, and it was really, really good. I wish I could go there more often, but that's very far away. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Leo died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? Best of the best were put on that S Online case. Of course they were, led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. Gravy. Oh, hell yeah, gravy. A legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up with our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. It seems our team items our team never found would suddenly appear, while the other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. I always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She's being used? Eamon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Eamon Gant's magnetism in particularly was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. He kept wearing that power armor in his office, kept threatening to stab people. Weird times, really. It was really strange. Like, I don't even know how he found that golden armor. But he was a different man when he entered it. Almost... crazy. Well, to be fair, fucking Gant is still crazy. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the S Online case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, She's never been the same. It's illogical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. Last. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create the fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay, so I think now we can actually, just go back to the police department. No, wait. There it is. Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Bring coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire persistency, but my answer's still no. Not letting you into the chief's office, period. Let's break and enter again. Yes. Be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. Have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Let's just crumple up a piece of paper. No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed them this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. Hold on, I have to fix my fucking hair. Goddamn fan. Blown all over the place. It's insane, really. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice, too. Not no different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we just betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. You can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Nice. Boys, let's go. Break and enter. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Bing bong. There it is. Power armor. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Did she slap him? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing here? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! Hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. Let's see. There's a safe. That's a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is right with intrigue. Okay. If you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered the panel to open. I don't know any 7-digit number. I think I just might know. No fucking way. No fucking way that's it. You know what that is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Alright, there we go. Easy. What was it again? Stolen evidence can't be used in court. Well, the thing is, I think we actually talked about that in the first episode. Apparently, there is like laws that allow stolen evidence if it's relevant to the case. Which I did not know. I always figured it was like illegal to actually present evidence that was not obtained through legal manner. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 77777. Final ID card on that card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered this room that day. You mean 7777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This card can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? That's what I was going to do. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's oh shit! That's the last part of the thing. You know. This someone looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Use a cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. Look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are they related? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Well, I mean, we have. Where's the pot? Is it a photo? No, there it is. Detective Gumshoe, you have another look at this jar. I remember when the three of us put this back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know the fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. Let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Shows what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. I'm gonna piece this together again. We'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Spin. That was difficult. There. Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant knowingly hid a piece of this jar in the safe. Just wanted to check it. It's purely on judge decision, but it usually still gets reprimanded even if it's used then with money payment or something. Oh, I see. I think it depends on the place you're in too. The U.S. is probably because the U.S. Judicial system is much different than ours in Europe, and even then there's like differences in countries still, smaller ones, but yeah. In other words, you check the US one, you think this Japanese-based legal system that takes heavy liberties. Well, I mean, yeah, but yeah, you're right. You're right. In other words, he concealed a piece of the evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Yeah, something written on it. There's a reddish line on it. Reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would the chief can't hide this in the safe? Can we... Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. It looks like blood. The piece Chief has is different, though. The bloodstains on the other pieces are just spots. This one is a line. That's odd. Can we not? Damn, I thought we could maybe... You know... luminol this bad boy. Let's see... Oh yeah, right, we can... I just remembered, we can actually... Because we have that fingerprinting set for the, you know, the cloth. Hey, I know what that is. Do you want me to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. Alright, go to town, sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. Talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor? I think he might just be dumb. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. That... Oh, whoops, I clicked back. Yeah, it's cocaine. Hell yeah, boys. Give it my best shot. Counter result will be good for any matching prints, will it? Doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Give it my best shot. Alright, that one's no good either. There we go. Let's see. Emma. That's Emma's fingerprint. Oh no, she murdered. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. The power armor took her over. Shit. The spirit of Damon Gant possessed her. when she took on the when she put on the armor. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prince. You have an empanada? The fuck? Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prince doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Alright, interesting. Let's see. I want to check out... That one's Gant's desk, I think. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. Put that paper away, he was... I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. Aw, fuck those things. Hell yeah. Ah, damn, now I want one of those. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Yours is a big old boy. Oh, fuck, nice. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. Because there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. List of evidence. Seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! Chief must be hiding something about that case. Would appear so. Nice. Oh shit, we can still talk to. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. That day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. It's entirely Chief Gant's office now. Practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. See. Ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. It's so good. Is there just chicken in it, or what? Cheesy chicken? Oh, fuck yeah. There couldn't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go with that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. It's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. Yeah, Gant totally is evil. He's a big orange fuck man. And he has power on him. Like, the fuck? Here you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. And as I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir...
Now get out.
Yes, sir.
Whoops. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright?
Yep, someone got fired.
Look, pal, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go and sneak in there like that, didn't you?
You said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Something's going on, and I don't think I like it. See, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. And you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. You did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth. Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? Do you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? It's Gant, obviously. Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, the Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I would assume it's... I just found this in the safe in the chief's office. This is a jar piece, and this is a piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now, tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 8 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. The murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Yeah, that power. It's too strong. You can't defeat it. And then fucking 4th day in the court, Phoenix shows up in his own power armor. It's themed after the Steel Samurai. But with spiky hair. Although, I can't tell you the details. Themed after the Blue Badger. That's even worse. I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Maz Edgeworth's car. His assistant isn't Emma, but the Blue Badger. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. Trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while still inspecting the body. Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. A knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. That is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes. Seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. Then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with, but I never wanted to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. Prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If it got out, which it would, reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in a scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. It was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. More like Lana's daemons. Ha! Got him.
I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murder. The power armor must be cast into the fires of hell to be defeated. What if Phoenix puts it on and becomes Ultra Attorney? What went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? It just becomes a Final Fantasy fight? Exactly. But with like really corny attack names. Gant Phoenix. Final Day. Dawn of the Last Day. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there is no defendant. I'm trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma for that matter? Almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. No, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID report. That number does belong to whom you suspect, and no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! Figured you'd say that as much. That's why I came here. Hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today is the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. It depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Yeah, let's finish the old man. Oh shit, he phased into existence! Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Aji, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. I don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel that she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh! I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana!
Objection!
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Prosecution may lack direct evidence against me. but it has sufficiently proven in its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise, this can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. Court finds this defendant...
Objection!
Oh, shit! Edgeworth. One moment, Your... Miss Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you thought you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to contend... I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Fucking Edgeworth. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Christ. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Blana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark, of the Joe Dark killings. You replaced Emma with the Blue Badger? Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Let's see. I was sitting in my sister's office that day. Man came running in, took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Isn't that bullshit? Couldn't she... Well, I'll just press it. Whoops. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped down dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights?
I was just about this time of year. It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? There's another bullshit point coming up, and you mean bullshit? Really? Right, but just then the lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. See. It has to do with knives? Fair enough. I told the detective about what I saw then. Detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture. Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
Objection!
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. So, it wasn't in the evidence record, but what if it was... I don't think we can, we can't read that. But what if it was on here?
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that does not mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, York. Turn it over? Turn it... Huh? What's this? Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, 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 beep. Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. A magic concept. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. Hold on, I have to adjust my ass real quick. You know, the diamonds and all. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? But, Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Yeah, no one ever noticed that. And Edgeworth just became a microwave. Is something wrong? You even have to ask. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Hold on, I have to adjust the cushion again. 'Cause it's fucking trash. Oh god, that's better. I say cushion and it's still just a fucking... It's still just a fucking blanket, but I really need to get like a sitting pillow. That's that thing! The thing that was dancing in the evidence room! Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? This music is driving me insane. Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Let's see. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. To that though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dock about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Look at the thing in his hand. I figured. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. Yeah, that's not... Huh. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course! This is the exact scene. I wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or I might find some way to cut my salary. Oh, whoops, I skipped that. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. Yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. I think I have to bring up the autopsy report, no? Stabbed in the back. Yeah, stabbed in the back. Died from... Yeah, stabbed in the back.
Objection!
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember, just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? That one.
Take that!
Contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife this man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. I mean... No, but alright. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. I recall. The tip of the knife was found and broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
Table abuse. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Objection!
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Objection!
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up in there. That's right! But what does this mean?
Objection!
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
Objection!
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Objection!
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. That was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Just, is any evidence at all real ever in this fucking court? Like, what the fuck? Are you saying that the investigation really was corrupted? No evidence is real. It's all a myth. Autopsy report was updated. Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place at the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, you gotta update your stuff, you don't want to be lagging behind in time. Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased him after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. That's true. And there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. That must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. Oh. It was the fucking... from the trophy. Wow. That is bullshit. That you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Take that!
This answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here in this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. This is the picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out his knife. This knife, sorry. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. Pistol? Yeah. That's how you say it, no? What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness, Miss Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? Beep 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 beep. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. The fuck? All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. It was the Blue Badger the entire time. First the knife mix-up and now the Blue Badger. This should be interesting. Oh. Hold on. 1 second. How do I... Oh, I know. I fucking know. This is what she saw, isn't it? Because if you... I can't properly... Hold on. HNMB. If you turn this in, like, just the right way... Like that, kind of. I don't... Hold on. It's not exactly correct, I think. But something like this. Then it looks like the Blue Badger. Okay, hold on. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him. Edgy boy, that's not English. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further. Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Panic, rush your room. The Blue Badger. So it wasn't the Blue Badger. Shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with all its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. It had 3 creepy horns. Shadow the Hedgehog. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what Shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger, really? Blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. How do you have to... Yeah, I'll just present it. I'm sure I'll rotate it in a bit. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? Got to show them. The correct angle to look at this from. Not like that. Like that.
Take that!
This isn't right. Oh, for fuck's sake. Allow me to remind the defense. Yeah. Like that. This should be correct, right? This looks right?
Take that!
God damn it.
Objection!
This is fucking dumb now. That, I think. And then... like this, maybe? Ah, there we go. Well, isn't this a miracle or what? This is fucking, like, that was... my god. I wasn't that far off with the first two. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. It can't be. That fucking bastard. Order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a job. That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us, what difference now that we know this, the witness had this, what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? Location, are you sure about location? Because the jar was near the power armor? That's true. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Well, yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please, recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me. Wait, when did she say that? Okay, maybe I wasn't paying attention. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Oh, shit. A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. The fucking power armor. I knew it. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright? What's the matter? Events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. That moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh shit. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Christ. And there she goes. Never imagined a testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Yeah. She gave the power armor the first soul. I like that we created this lore about the power armor, even though it's really inconsequential. What are you saying? It's perfect, yeah. I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Okay, Jesus. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes. Certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. We don't have evidence, and we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Certainly can't get dead people to testify. Well, I mean, except if we had, you know, fucking a certain woman here who can connect with the dead and have them speak through her. This all has been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Can't have that. Nope. Can't have that. Can't have easy solutions. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. We have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Yeah, that's what the blood splatters on the jar are. Aren't they? Probably. That's why I wanted to try with the luminol. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that victim... What? The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. I do notice that there's a few, like, weird things. Because in the previous episodes, sentences like these usually were capitalized at the beginning. And I've noticed that a lot of the times they didn't do that. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. It's the pot.
Take that!
This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. Everyone's so triggered by the blue badger. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line there, drawn in blood. So, what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. We've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Oh, whoops. Oh, can you not? Okay, I guess you can't. Can you really not? I mean, I guess it's fine.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. All people. She may not have meant it. In the end, one who took the victim's life. It's not like names can be forged on things. I mean, yeah. True. But then again, this is a game. Was Emma Skye. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dock was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Man. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Fuck, this has been incredibly epic so far. Like, holy shit, dude. But, yeah, this will be finished today. I'm sure of it. Final day trial ladder. You like Titty Lady and Yeehaw Man? Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? I'm getting the slight feeling of deja vu. You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you running errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. Guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. And this sword, the power armor has very high defense. Like, listen, I know what'll happen. the attorney's badge will finally come in useful. Phoenix will push the button in the middle of it, and it'll transform into his own set of power armor. And then it'll just be an anime fight. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? That would be fucking insane, but it'd also be kind of cool. I love power armor. Always and every day. Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. I'm a Sky found out you unwillingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Fucking let's break this bitch. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking. Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. Solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth a further witness. All further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. And it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Defense calls... We'll call the fucking Power Man.
Take that!
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. There he is. Big orange fuck, man. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief. Court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with that grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son,
Either you're very brave or very foolish. You're aware of course that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? Afraid so. Chief of Police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Yes, right, to like that power arm in my office. Yeah, that is a weapon, indeed. The fuck? Oh, it's... Wait, why is he in court? Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. Right, well, if this is a waste of my time, I cannot protect you from my power armor. That power armor will shove its dagger right up your ass. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. Powered my power armor right down, I'll tell ya. When I went into my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. That is what Doc... Is that when Doc was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head. See, everything seems pretty clear-cut. Police chief has the right to refuse to testify, and I'd better hit him hard and fast. Nothing to do with the forgery. That's bullshit. He had the vase.
Objection!
You claim we had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, Frank. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence you uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Thanks for the... Ah, hell yeah, that's the anime. Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it, then. Thanks for the sparks, by the way. Yeah, right. Who, me? Oh, do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. Oh shit. It's gonna be dick and ball torture. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office.
and the relation to the forgery that took place in the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see what it was now. A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after the doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Adji. In return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? Were these guys telepathic? You have Lana under your belt and in the power armor? Damn. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Improving those pieces. As were discovered. Wait, what? Is that. Right. One. Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there is one large benefit you reap from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9's incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There it. Now it's out in the open. Aji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Hold it!
Nothing in it for you. Ha! Sorry, but the only person I trust is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Would there have been something in it for him? Even his selfishness. Would he help someone out? Well, he had an accomplice, which was, Lana. True, you might not help anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. So right. It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? There she is.
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. How did this man become judge? Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Good old Udgy. Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless, that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Let me ask you something. What if I donned that power armor and kicked your ass? God. Now I really want to see Phoenix versus Gant power armor battle. Someone animate that. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I should remake that one power armor comic that I made a long time ago. Now that I'm actually better at Kamipo. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means is, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? I said, "Ode." Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. There's no turning back for us. It's like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright has got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Do we have, that's Goodman's ID. Right, the ID card record. Where is it?
Take that!
This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh fuck, he's getting angry. Looks like it's gonna be power armor time soon. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police. Well, it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Oh, of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purposes determine Lana Sky's guilt.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purposes determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? Of course, because of the lost items report, right? You would have had to file that with him, no? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet the chief. Yeah, it would have to be, right? Can only be submitted to the chief of police.
Take that!
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filled it. He filed it, sorry. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to. Oh, whoops, wrong voice. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. Your next line will be, ouch, why is this power armor sword up my ass? I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh shit! Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. What? For no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? Power armor. Easy. Yeah, have you seen the speed of that thing? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Don't tell me it's this fucking guy. That wouldn't be... What's something we have? Hint worthy. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Of course. They put the body in the trunk of his car while he was there getting the trophy. These dudes are fucking insane. Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
Take that!
Well, I see. Maybe I'll use this later. To move your dead body, Mr. Wright. Huh? I'll help you dispose of it. Fuck. Well, that's not... Oh. No, you know what it is? I just realized that it's the parking stub. Isn't it? Cause, you know, 1712, that means that was after... It's that, isn't it? This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. A parking stub? Miles Edgeworth. You mean... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I thought maybe the trophy, but I mean, it could have been conclusive enough. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know. I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a heartache. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. Yeah, we could have showed that, I think, too. Probably. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. I totally forgot about that thing, Jesus Christ. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Jesus Christ. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special.
Objection!
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What?
That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Objection!
So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh. I'm just going to get my power armor so I can beat the fuck out of you. I stabbed good old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Say it again, Mr. Wright. Eamon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made this Miss Sky dispose of his body? Have any concrete proof? Nope, not yet. Not yet. The truth is, I've heard, one of my friends played this and we talked about it, and he ended up spoiling this part for me because he said it was such bullshit. It made him fail the game like 3 times because he tried all the evidence. And he told me that this is the thing we have to do here. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Aji. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. And he phased out of existence. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What?
Objection!
Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. You haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gann has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Bullshit is fun? Yes. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Because you already know who we're calling in. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? May not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
Take that!
Lana Sky. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth, prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. Court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's not fucking suspicious at all, by the way. Him saying that. That's not, like... It doesn't... No red flags or anything like that from this, no? That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Just saying question me and you'll be punished? Yeah. This isn't good. Of course you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. A fucking piece of shit. Okay, if there aren't any further objections,
court is now in recess. Fucking hell. I think this is the last thing. I think this might be the last thing, so let's go. Looks like you managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Isn't it weird that the defense and prosecution are now just working together? Like, what the fuck? Chief, something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. You mean... Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How's it he always gets the upper hand? Wait, does that mean fucking Gumshoe's gonna work together with us now? Yay. It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, it is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. Chief refuses to testify. The opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Oh shit, she's back. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. You heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. I think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. I was in the appointment as chief prosecutor. Everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. You want to blame anyone? Blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but you can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Fucking hell, dude. Let's go. Christ. Dawn of the final day, boys. 24 hours remaining. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. Truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Well, yeah, that is how biology works. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself.
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... This is true. That means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Let's see. That sounds like bullshit. You say you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Isn't it kind of weird for defense to cross-examine your own defendant? If she's the witness. The problem is she's lying still, so... You know. Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's the only situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. That is so. What happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh. That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the wound, and then you moved the body. But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for... You got to piss on the moon? Alright, cool. We got her on the witness stand, or not witness. Well, yes, witness, I guess. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. The body was found by your desk. Why do you move it there? Fucking hair in my mouth. The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. These are the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Because he wrote the name on the completed jar. It wasn't shattered. She shattered it. So that's bullshit. She's lying. Fuck you.
Objection!
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel.
You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that had shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. You have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we were headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out yet. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Well, you didn't do a really good job on that one. I mean, you are the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dart was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. You'll notice the blood traces on the jar. Darkening the room. I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large. No, she didn't. Because there was one fragment that the guy had. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? You found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up to the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant simply have missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistake. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Objection! Judge, shut the fuck up. Who cares about your personal life? Why are we proving this again? Because we're proving that Gant is a piece of shit who was controlling Lana all along, and he's the real guy who actually killed Goodman for one reason or another. Probably has to do with 2 years ago, I would assume. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying that this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Doc downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
Objection!
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Wait, what? Why is he freaking out? I'll be right back, by the way. Just 1 second.
Alright, I'm back. Whoops. This is the stream that never ends? Well, I mean, I'm only like a couple minutes over time. That's not... Even Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. Proceeded to break the jar. And he proceeded to and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear what happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. Because you do seem the type I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if... we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. Yeah, the power armor. We're all in it. What do you mean, Mr. Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But... if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Lana should be worried? Kinda, yeah. Fucking power armor's gonna get her. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Yeah, Gant is wearing that power armor right now. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. If it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the Alma's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? Me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. Thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Well, it's the book, right? Chirp, chirp. There it is. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. Oh, this is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted criminal affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from the vest. Could that be... cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whose ever fingerprints were those? They must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, you should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh shit, what? He's back! Come now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh shit. Power armor is backfiring. Ah, what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you. But I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? Evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? No. What's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? Mom got your bagel? Nice. You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? I show that piece of evidence now. Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. And if we're to make the wrong decision, should I present that piece of evidence? One that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? No. You know what? We're not gonna show it. Let's see what happens. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. Conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? Found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. But you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted, Miss Sky. What happened so he can't testify? Anime game happened. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Doc convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. The pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance. Of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho 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 ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? Do you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Alright. Let's show the evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Take that!
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on the piece of cloth. Your Honor, prosecution requests that be immediately sent to lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present the evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? I mean, you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Well, you know what? Sadly, I can't really go on much longer today. But we'll reveal it, and then we'll have to finish this up some other time. I'm sorry, but I really have to go after this, so...
Take that!
Emma Sky? So yeah. This took longer than I expected. I thought we would finish this today, but... sadly. I'll see when we finish this. I hope we don't finish this too early. Yeah, exactly. Listen, I didn't think this was gonna take that long again. But yeah, we'll get through this next time. You know what? I'll finish it up tomorrow at the start of the stream, and then we'll switch over to Metal Gear Solid 2. I don't think it's going to be too long after this. I'd say max an hour, because I'm pretty sure we're like at the almost at the end of this trial, and it's super long. I did not expect that. This has been like what, 3 episodes so far? But anyway, until tomorrow when we finish this, you guys stay safe. You guys stay good. Goodbye.